Hi everyone, good morning and welcome to the ACE Medics GCSE Biology January session. So my name's Roshni and I'm a doctor currently working in London, and I'm going to be taking today's session. So hormonal coordination is one of my favourite topics, so I'm really excited to be teaching you guys this one, and I hope you're looking forward to today's session as well. So I think most of you guys have been to our sessions before. So this is just a timetable of exactly what we're going to be doing. So we're going to start off with talking a little bit about the nervous system and reflexes, and then we'll be talking about hormonal control and diabetes as well. So this session is from 10 to 2, and we have got a half an hour lunch break in between. Okay, so what exactly are we looking at today? So we'll be talking about principles of hormonal control, control of blood sugar levels as well, and treating diabetes. And then we'll be looking at a little bit about homeostasis in action as well. So controlling our body temperature, the kidney, and a little bit about dialysis and artificial kidney as well. So in these classes, this is relevant for all exam boards, and some of the content is for triple science as opposed to double science, but I will signpost you guys to when there is a bit of extra information. Okay, so during the session, guys, if you have any questions, please just ask me straight away. I do want this to be as interactive as possible and as helpful for you guys. We will be doing a quiz at the end, and there will be lots of top tips as well. So things that are really important for the exams and things that I want you guys to take home. Okay, so when we talk about hormonal coordination, okay, this is a question for everyone. What do you guys think I mean by hormonal coordination? Why is it important? And what are hormones? So just put in any ideas that you have in the chat. Super. So what are hormones secreted by? Fantastic. So hormones are secreted by glands, and what are hormones carried in? Fantastic. So hormones are what we call chemical messengers, okay? And essentially hormones are very, very important, and they are carried inside our bloodstream, okay? So as you can see here, this is a hormone. It's released by a specific type of cell. It gets carried in our blood, okay? And it's carried all across the blood, and it goes to a different cell, okay? So what I don't want you guys to get mixed up is with nerves, because hormones are not carried in the nerves, they are carried by the bloodstream, okay? And that is a really common 1-mark question where it's asked, what are hormones carried in? And they are always carried in our blood. Okay, so we call the system that carries all of these hormones and that sort of controls everything is known as our endocrine system, okay? And I like to keep things very simple. So endo is just another word for inside, okay? So these are all inside our bloodstream, and the endocrine system is made up of glands. Okay, can anyone give me any examples of glands that they know of? Fantastic. Well done, guys. So we've got some really good answers. So pituitary gland, salivary glands. Excellent. So those are all glands that are secreting different types of hormones. Okay, so what happens is that the blood carries the hormone to the target organ, which produces an effect. So the target organ is where it needs to go. Okay, so here you can see this is a gland, and it's releasing all of these little triangles, which are hormones. and they are carried in our blood. And now they're not just carried along the place for no reason, they're carried to specific target organs or target cells where they can act. Okay, so the target organ has got receptors, i.e. things to receive it, that pick up the hormone molecules, and that triggers a response in the cell. Okay, so as you guys rightly said, we've got several endocrine glands, and one of the most important ones is our pituitary gland. Okay, so the pituitary gland acts as a master gland. So what that is that's kind of like the main big gland that sits at the top. So for example, at school, you guys will all have a teacher in your class, but you guys also have a head teacher, right? So the head teacher is like the main boss. And in the same way, the pituitary gland is the master gland. Okay, so it kind of regulates everything and controls everything. Okay, and it secretes different hormones into the blood in response to changes in body conditions. So now some hormones that are produced by the pituitary gland, they have got a direct effect on the body. So a hormone is released and it does something straight away that affects us. Now, this over here is our endocrine system. So the pituitary gland this is the brain. Okay, and this is, can you see glands are so small? It's just a really small dot inside the brain, which is actually very complex. Now, this is a diagram that I'm sure you guys have seen quite a few times. If you haven't, don't worry, but this commonly comes up in exams with a few blank labels, and then you're sometimes asked to fill them in. So I will just tell you which ones are the important ones to remember. So this is our endocrine system. Okay, we are only releasing hormones here. And this is my pituitary gland. So this is at the top, right at the top in the brain. Now you can see there are loads of different glands in the whole body. So this is the thyroid gland, and this is just behind your neck. So if you guys just press on your bone right now, where your throat is, that is your collarbone. That is your there is a bone there, but just behind that is actually this gland that is sitting there. It's very small, but it has a huge impact on your ability to control your temperature and how much weight you're gaining and lots of different things. So this is important. This is your thyroid. Okay, we've then got the pancreas over here, and we'll be talking about this in a lot of detail. So does anyone know what the pancreas is for or what it does? So why do we have a pancreas? So fantastic. So some of you have said it produces enzymes and it also produces insulin. Super. So the hormone that it produces, okay, is insulin. So the pancreas secretes insulin, and this is a hormone, and this controls our sugar. Okay, so we will be talking about this in detail. Okay, so the ones I want you guys to remember are pituitary gland, pancreas. Okay, and then we've got the ovaries over here. This is only in women. Okay, and then we've got the testes, which is in males. Okay, so these ones release lots of hormones which control the reproductive system. Okay, this controls our sugar levels, and this is our thyroid over here. And then we've got the pituitary, which sits right at the top. Okay, so guys, these are the four main ones which I want you guys to know. Sorry, the five which I want you to know. And I will be quizzing you guys on this. So do remember that, okay? Because this really comes up in exams and it's an easy 1 or 2 mark question. Okay, so hormones released by the pituitary affect specific endocrine glands, stimulating them to release hormones that bring about the required effect on the body. So one key example is insulin, okay, and insulin controls the blood sugar levels, okay, so this is what we just mentioned. And guys, where is insulin released? I want everybody to answer this. Where is insulin released from? sorry, I've gone back. Okay, I want everyone to put their answer in the chat. Fantastic. So insulin is released from the pancreas. Okay, so each of the endocrine glands, they produce hormones that have a major effect on the way the body works. So hormones are literally really, really small and you can't see them, but actually they're very powerful and they're very important. Okay, and the level of the hormones vary depending on changes in the internal environment of the body. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about insulin and the control of blood glucose levels. Okay, so this over here is a really common diagram that you may have seen before. So this here is my liver. Okay, we're not looking at the digestive system today, so we'll ignore the liver and the gallbladder, but sitting just underneath it is this kind of leaf-shaped organ. Okay, this is the pancreas. Okay, so the pancreas is really important in controlling our sugar levels. So without a control mechanism in place, your blood sugar levels would vary quite significantly. So if you guys imagine maybe what you had for breakfast, or sometimes if you have like lots of cakes or biscuits or a sugary a meal that's high in sugar, okay, the sugar levels in your body can be quite high. If, for example, you're busy and you forget to eat a meal, or you're working really hard and you don't have anything to eat, your sugar levels can drop very low. Okay, and this can be quite dangerous. So we need something to control it, and that is where insulin comes in. Okay, so this situation is prevented by our pancreas. So the pancreas constantly monitors and controls our sugar levels using two hormones. By the way, guys, with sugar and glucose, we use that as the same term. So in general, sugars can be lots of different things, but the main sugar that we have in our bodies is glucose, and that's the most simplest type of sugar. So don't get mixed up if you see the word glucose. It's just the same thing as sugar. Okay, so I said there are two hormones. Does anyone know what these two hormones are? I'll be really impressed if you can give me both of them. So what two hormones does anyone know that so we said one. So what is the one hormone that we know that the pancreas releases? Fantastic, well done. So the two hormones are insulin and another one which is called glucagon. Okay, so now all of these words, guys, are going to sound a little bit confusing because we've got glucose and we've got glucagon, and they sound quite similar, but we will break this down to make it really clear. Okay, so the role of insulin. Okay, so what happens is as the sugar levels go up, okay, so I want you guys to all imagine that you've just had, let's say, a piece of cake. Okay, so you've had a piece of cake, you've had lots of sugar. Okay, and as soon as you start eating that sugar, the body realizes the sugar is way too high and it needs to do something. So our pancreas over here starts to produce insulin. Okay, does anyone know what insulin will then do? Okay, what do you think the insulin will do to help lower the sugar levels? So super. So what insulin does is it allows the sugars to move from the blood into the cells where it's used. So basically what the pancreas will do is it will release insulin, and actually the insulin will tell the sugar to just go to where it's needed. Now think about, where do we actually need sugar? Well, we need sugar for energy. So it will go into the muscles okay, and it will also get stored in our liver. Okay, now if you want to store sugar, you will know that glucose is a very small molecule, but it's actually soluble in water, so it tends to have a problem if it dissolves in water. So instead, what we do is we convert it into something called glycogen. Okay, and glycogen is a stored form of the carbohydrate. So it's very compact and it can be stored really easily. So insulin controls the storage of glycogen in the liver and the muscles. Okay, does anyone have any questions so far, guys, about the role of insulin? Because I know it's a bit tricky if you haven't looked at it before. Okay, so if you guys have any questions, please do just ask me. So as I've said, insulin and the control of sugar levels. So what you can see, this is glucose, and glucose molecules are all separate, and it gets converted into glycogen. So can you see this is like a really nice long chain, and it's much easier to store. Okay, and whenever we need that sugar, so it's kept inside the liver. Okay, but then let's say you don't eat anything for a while, or you go for a really long run, or you do some exercise, then actually you need that sugar again. Okay, so the stored glycogen can be converted back into glucose when it's needed. Okay, and this is why our sugar levels, they stay within a very narrow concentrated range. Okay, now you might think, well, that's all fine. So if we eat sugar, it gets converted into glycogen. And when we don't eat sugar, it gets converted into glucose. But then why is it that some people are so overweight? So does anyone know why their fat builds up in their tummy and what's going on? Okay, so what happens is the reason that people become overweight is basically they eat too much sugar. Okay, so the more sugar that you eat, eventually the liver gets filled up and it can't store any more glycogen. Okay, and instead it converts it into lipids. Okay, and lipids are basically fats. Okay, so this is what happens when you eat too much sugar, even the liver gets fed up and it cannot store any more glycogen. So eventually it starts to turn it into a lipid, and that's why people become overweight. Okay, so your storage of lipids gradually build up, and this results in what we call obesity. Okay, so this is why it's really important that you control how much sugar you're eating, and especially us as doctors, we always speak to our patients and tell them to cut down on their sugars and cut down on their fats as well, because otherwise it leads to obesity. Okay, now what about on the other side? So what happens when you don't eat any sugar? Okay, and so let's just say you skipped breakfast, you were late for school, or you did some exercise, you went to the gym. In that case, we have something called glucagon. Okay, so remember I said that the pancreas secretes two hormones. One is insulin, okay, and the other one is glucagon. Okay, so insulin helps bring the sugar levels down, but glucagon brings the sugar levels up. Okay, so when your sugars are a bit low, so if you imagine you've done a lot of exercise, you're feeling very tired, you don't have enough energy, your pancreas realizes and it secretes glucagon. So what does glucagon do? Well, simply what it does is it tells the glycogen, actually, we need these little bits. It needs to be broken up, and it converts it back into the sugar. Okay, and then you can use this as energy. Okay, so in this way, your stored glucose is released back into the blood. Okay, now but what happens is these two hormones, okay, so remember our insulin and our glucagon, what they do is it allows your pancreas to keep the sugar levels fairly constant, okay? Because does anyone know what you can feel like if your sugar levels are really low? What can happen to you? And you may have felt this. So if you've not eaten for a while, or as I said, you've done a lot of exercise, you can start to feel that you're having what's called a hypo. You can feel very low sugar levels. Fantastic. So you guys have said faint or dizzy. A lot of people can actually feel really drowsy if it becomes quite low, and you can become very confused. If it drops too low, you don't actually know where you are, and you can be very out of it, and yeah, you can be very confused. So it's really important that the sugar levels don't go too low. Fantastic. And that is called hypoglycemia. So well done if you've said that. Okay, now this process of keeping the sugar levels in the right limits, this is done using something called negative feedback. Okay, now this term negative feedback, guys, is really important, and this comes up in exams, and we are doing past paper questions today. So we will talk about this, but negative feedback is a term used for lots of different processes. And essentially, what we can say is, so let's just say that this here is my sugar levels, okay? So this is sugar on my y-axis. Remember, we do lots of graphs in exams. So this is my x-axis. This can just be time, okay? So usually what happens is normally your sugar levels are here, okay? Your sugar levels are fine. If all of a sudden you start to eat loads of cakes and sweets, your sugar levels jump up, right? Now they can keep going up, and you can have high sugar levels and you could probably die. But with negative feedback, okay, your body realizes and it brings it back down. Okay, this is negative feedback. It says stop increasing the sugar and let's bring it down. Similarly, your sugar levels can really drop, and you're not eating anything, and you can keep going down and down. The negative feedback means that your pancreas realizes, actually, no, let's bring it back up. Okay, and this is negative feedback. So it keeps it all within limits. Okay, does anyone have any questions on what negative feedback means, guys? Okay, even if you have any questions and you think they're silly, please just ask me. I'm the only one that can see them, so just feel free to ask me anything, because by the end, I want to make sure that you guys are really confident with this topic, because I know it is a hard one. Okay, so guys, we're going to be doing something a bit more interactive now. So I've just got icons on my screen, and I want to start off with what's going to happen, okay? Because we've talked about the hormones and how they work, but I want you guys to apply this. So on a bit of paper, guys, I want you to just draw an ice cream cone, okay? So if you guys don't have a piece of paper, I'll give you a couple of seconds just to get a paper and to draw out your ice cream. And just let me know when you've done it. Okay, so let's just imagine now, guys, that you have eaten an ice cream. Okay, so ice cream obviously has a lot of sugar. Okay, so you've now got lots of sugar in your blood. Okay, and that sugar is going everywhere. It's making you feel really energetic and you're really hyper. Okay, so what's going to happen now if you have got a lot of glucose in your body? Okay, what do you guys think is going to happen? What is the body going to try and do? Okay, and I want you guys to all put in your answers, guys. If you don't participate, you tend not to learn as much. So please just put in whatever you think. It doesn't matter if you're wrong. So I've just got lots of glucose. I've just had a lot of ice cream. What is going to happen next? Okay, fantastic. So I'm getting a few answers. So the body produces insulin. So we need to be more specific. It's not just the body. What is going to produce insulin? Fantastic. So remember, the pancreas is our main player in this. Okay, remember that leafy shaped organ. It realizes, oh no, the glucose has gone up. Okay, and the pancreas realizes, I need to do something about this. Okay, so what the pancreas will do is it will release insulin. Okay, and the way I used to remember at school is I used to realize that insulin has got an in. Okay, so in means that the sugar goes in. Okay, so the pancreas is releasing insulin. Now, what's going to happen? So, what is the insulin actually going to do? What is it going to do with the glucose? It converts it to something. What does it do? Okay, so what some of us have said it converts it into glucagon. So, guys, that is actually wrong. I know these terms sound really confusing. It's not glucagon, it's something else. Perfect. So what happens is that the insulin realizes there's too much glucose. What do we do with all these extra bits of glucose? Remember, glucose are these little hexagons like this. Okay. So it sees all of that glucose and it says, well, actually, we'll convert it into something else. Remember this long chain of molecules here. Okay. What is the name given to this long chain? This is glucose. And this long molecule is what? Fantastic. So this is glycogen. Okay. So the glucose gets converted into glycogen and it gets stored in two places. So it gets stored in the liver for when you next need it. Okay. And it gets stored in my muscles over here. Okay. So that next time I go for a run, I've got it ready. Okay. Does anyone have any questions on this part of what is happening? Okay, let's say now, okay, you decided actually I've eaten some ice cream, I feel guilty. I'm now going to go for a run. Okay, now let's imagine you've done lots of exercise. What is going to happen to your sugar levels? What's going to happen to your sugar levels if you've done loads of exercise? Is it going to go up or is it going to go down? Fantastic. Your sugar levels will drop, right? Because you've used up all of your energy. So what's going to happen? Now your glucose is low. Okay, you're feeling tired, you're feeling drowsy, you feel like going to sleep. What is your body going to do? It's not just going to sit there. What's going to happen? Fantastic. So the pancreas, again, will realize this. Okay, the pancreas realizes, oh no, the glucose has gone down and we don't have enough glucose. So, in order to get more glucose, it needs to release a hormone. Okay, and the hormone that it releases is called glucagon. Okay, so this is glucagon. And guys, in the exams, if you spell these wrong, okay, you won't get the mark because glycogen and glucagon, they sound very similar. But again, the way I used to remember it, so glucagon means that it's gone. So it's only released when the sugar is gone. Okay, so insulin takes the sugar in because it begins with in, and glucagon is released when the sugar is gone. Okay, that's why it's got a GON at the end. So glucagon is released, and what does it do? Well, it takes that glycogen, okay, which is in this long chain, and it breaks it down into the glucose. Okay, so everything that all of that was stored, remember we said that we store the glycogen inside the liver, okay, and inside the muscle, and it breaks it down. So it converts the glycogen, okay, back into glucose. Okay, and then it releases the glucose, and there you have it. So then you have enough energy to then have to do whatever you like. And then we start again here where then you eat something and it all regulates. So this whole chart here, guys, this is what we call negative feedback. Okay, and it really helps if you draw it along with me. And I will send you guys the slides so you can see that this is just the example of what exactly happens. It's the same thing that we drew up, but it's a really common chart and one that you should get confident with. Okay, does anyone have any questions on this so far? Okay, and this is just another chart which shows it actually, so that's fine. Okay, so guys, some key points which I just wanted to go through again. So this is a really nice diagram which shows parts of the human body. So remember the pituitary is sitting up there. So this is my liver, okay, and this is my pancreas over here, okay. So the key points is that your body produces insulin when there is too much glucose in your blood. Okay, so it tries to get the glucose in. And your body produces glucagon when the glucose has gone from your blood. Okay, that is the way to remember them. So remember that these two are both hormones. Okay, and glycogen is a stored form of the sugar. So glycogen is not a hormone. Okay, glycogen is a sugar. It's a stored form of a sugar, but insulin and glucagon are hormones. And so basically, insulin is a hormone produced in your pancreas that lowers the blood glucose and converts it into glycogen and stores it in the liver. And glucagon is the opposite. Okay, so it's just breaking down that glycogen and converting it into glucose. So if you find this confusing, just remember this diagram. Okay, so this is my glycogen. It's that long chain that we can pack inside the liver and the muscle. And then I've got the glucose, which are the smaller molecules, which are free. Okay, and these are the ones that we can use. This is just to keep it stored. You can't actually use this. Okay, does anyone have any questions on this, guys, so far? Okay, perfect. So we're going to move on, guys, to talking about diabetes now. So does anyone know what diabetes is? What does diabetes mean? When your body can't produce insulin, where there is type 1 and type 2, or your body produces too much or too little insulin. So really good answers, guys. Well done. So I'm really impressed by that. So basically, what diabetes is firstly, we talk more about this in our health and disease topic, but diabetes is a non-communicable disease. Okay, so what that means is it's one that you cannot spread. So it's not like coronavirus, it's not like the flu. Okay, you can't pass it on. If I've got diabetes, I cannot give it to you. Okay, it doesn't communicate. Now, people with diabetes, they cannot easily control their blood glucose levels. So it's all to do with our sugars. Okay, now some people they get this really early on in life. So does anyone have any friends or know anyone who's got diabetes, who's like similar age to you or is younger than you? Because it's like much more frequent nowadays. And yeah, so some of you may have relatives or you may have friends or people at school who have got diabetes. So you can get it really young, okay, or you get it later. And this tends to be because of a really bad diet and lifestyle, which we will talk about. Okay, so So regardless of the way a person develops diabetes, the symptoms, so what we see are actually really similar. Okay, so does anyone know if you've got diabetes, what do you think would happen to you? So remember that your sugar levels tend to be quite high. So does anyone know how it might show up? What could happen if your sugar levels are too high? How would you behave, or what might happen to you? Fantastic. So you've said it's hyperglycemia. So that's true. Your sugar levels are high. But how does it show up? Remember, we said that if your sugar levels are low, you start to feel really drowsy, you feel tired, you don't have any energy. But what if your sugars are too high all the time because you just keep eating sugary things? Okay, so don't worry, guys, if you don't know this one. This is quite hard. So I will show this to you on the next slide. So these are symptoms of diabetes. Okay, so if somebody's got diabetes, they will need to go to the toilet very often. They will keep needing to pass urine or pass wee. Okay, and that's because basically all the sugar's coming out in their urine as well, and it keeps them wanting to go more. They also start to feel really thirsty. Okay, so they will be drinking lots more water. They will be going to the toilet more. Their vision might start to get blurry. They will feel very, very tired as well because they can't actually use the sugar because it's too high. Um, they want to eat even more. They may start to lose weight, and actually they may get some pins and needles in the feet, which is very strange, but it's because diabetes affects the whole body. Okay, so if any of your parents or your family members have got diabetes, you may know that they wake up at night to keep going to the toilet, or they keep wanting to drink water even though they've drank loads, and this is really how we spot it very early on. These two are the main things. Okay, so I will be asking you guys about some of these later. So even if you can just remember three, it would be really good. So just remember they're going to toilet a lot, drinking more urine, and their vision gets blurry. Okay, these ones are a bit more general, but these are very specific of diabetes. Okay, now you might think, well, what's the big deal? So what if you have to go to the toilet? So what if you have to drink water? Well, actually, there are consequences of diabetes. Okay, so in the long run, if somebody's got diabetes for like 10 years or 15 years, and the sugar levels are really, really high all the time, and it's not managed, actually affects the whole body. Okay, so you can see this is a person's body, and it's affecting loads of different parts of them. And the main ones that I want you guys to know is that it can affect your heart. Okay, so you're more at risk of having a heart attack. It can affect your eyes as well. Okay, so it affects the eyes. Okay, it affects the heart. Okay, and it affects the kidneys. Those are like the three main things which they always like to ask about. And you'll see that when we do exam papers. So, does anyone know what the kidneys do? Fantastic. So the kidneys control the amount of waste products in your blood and how much urine they produce. So if your kidneys are damaged, you tend to get lots of waste just collecting in the body, and it can be very dangerous. Okay, so this is why diabetes is not good, and this is why we need to control it. Okay, now there's two types of diabetes, guys. Does anyone know what the two types are? And I think someone mentioned this earlier. Fantastic. So there are two types. There is type 1 and there is type 2. Okay, can anyone tell me what does anyone know if there are any differences between these two types? Okay, so some of us are saying that type 1, there's not enough insulin, but in type 2, there's too much insulin. So that's actually wrong. In both of them, there is there is less insulin, but it's totally different in terms of when it occurs. So that's actually incorrect. Does anyone have any other ideas between the differences between type 1 and type 2? Okay, excellent. So let's talk about this. So um, in type 1 diabetes, okay, basically what happens is that the pancreas, it doesn't make enough insulin, and sometimes it can just totally stop producing insulin. It just doesn't make it. So remember, we said that our pancreas is that leafy organ which produces the insulin on its own. Okay. Now, in some people, the pancreas doesn't work. Okay. And it doesn't produce insulin. Now, what can happen is if it doesn't make enough insulin, okay, obviously, if there's no insulin, remember, insulin takes it in, it takes the sugar levels in. If there's no insulin, the glucose is just rising and it's just traveling around in the blood and it's really, really high. Okay. And this is known as type 1 diabetes. So without insulin, the glucose levels get very high. And eventually, the kidneys, they start to let the glucose go in the urine. And that's why you start to urinate more frequently and you keep needing to go to the bathroom. Okay. And what happens is that the body can't use any sugar. So instead, all of the protein that's in the muscles and any fat that you have, it starts to break that down. And a person with type 1 diabetes will become very skinny, and they will become very weak. Now, the main thing to remember is that type 1 diabetes is usually in young children. So even like children who are like 3 or 4 years old, they can develop it at really young age, or it can occur in teenagers who are usually completely fine, and it just sort of happens out of nowhere, really. They're completely well, and then they slowly start to realize that they're going to the toilet a lot more, they're feeling very thirsty, and then they come and see us, and we see that their sugar levels are very high, and that they've got diabetes. Okay, now we don't know why this is, but there does tend to be some genetic element. Does anyone know what I mean by genetic? What does genetic mean? What what do we mean by genetic? Fantastic. So it's passed down from genes. So genetic just means that it's in our genes, which is our DNA. So like if your mum has it, you might have it, or if your brother has it, you might have it. Okay, because you're in the same family. Okay. What do we do to help people with type 1 diabetes? Because young people, if their sugar levels keep going high, that you can actually die from this, and it's a very dangerous condition. But nowadays, we've got lots of treatments. Now, if the pancreas doesn't make any insulin, the only thing that we can do is we can give people insulin. If it's not making its own insulin, we need to replace that. Okay, so these over here, these are injections which contain insulin, and you can give it as an injection into the blood. Okay, so what that is the same thing as having normal insulin, but it allows the glucose to be taken into the cells, okay, and converted into glycogen in the liver. So it just does the same thing, okay, as what insulin would normally do in our bodies, okay? And this stops the concentration of glucose in the blood from getting too high. Okay, so does anyone know how they make this insulin? How would they just make it? So obviously we make insulin in our bodies, but how do these pharmacists, how do they make insulin and put it in this injection? Where does it come from? Yeah, that's right. So actually, it used to come from pigs. So they used to take insulin from pigs and then grow it in a lab and put it in here. But nowadays they do use it from humans, and they just grow it in a lab and then they inject it here because it is artificial. But for a very long time it was coming from animals. Okay, which is just a fun fact. Okay, so with type 1 diabetes, okay, people they have to be really careful, and it's quite hard for young people who get told that they have it because they need to keep eating regularly. Okay, so sometimes you and I we can skip a meal and we can say, oh, we don't feel like eating, let's just leave it. But with people with diabetes, if they don't eat, it really messes up their sugar levels. So they have to be really careful with um, checking their sugars and making sure that they are eating very regularly. And just remember that insulin injections, they can treat it and they can control it. Okay, but it doesn't cure it. It doesn't mean that as soon as you take the injection, the diabetes is gone. Okay. It is a condition that you have for your whole life. Okay, so guys, does anyone know who this is? Okay, I'm hoping you guys know who this is, or perfect. So this is Nick Jonas, as you guys may know, a celebrity. So the reason that I've put him here is because he has actually got type 1 diabetes. Okay, so what I want you guys to remember is that this is type 1 diabetes mellitus, and that is the full form of it. So he has got type 1 diabetes, and nowadays diabetes is a really treatable and manageable condition. So just because you have it doesn't mean you can't live a normal life or be successful or do whatever you want. Many people have got type 1 diabetes and they have a very normal lifestyle. Okay, so we're going to move on to talking about type 2, guys, but it is 10:50. So I know you guys have been working really hard. So we're just going to go for a quick break from now up until 11 o'clock. So if you guys just grab a drink and just relax, come back at 11 and we will continue on with the next part. And please leave me any questions in the chat. Hi everyone, welcome back. So I hope you guys had a good break. So we're going to be going on now from 11 to 12. So we've got a whole hour where we'll be talking about hormonal control. So I really want you guys to pay attention, and there will be a fun quiz towards the end of the session. Okay, so remember, we've just talked about type 1 diabetes where we don't make enough insulin, okay, and we need injections. So then what is type 2 diabetes? Okay, now type 2 diabetes, remember type 1 is like our younger person, okay, think of like Nick Jonas or a young teenager. Type 2 diabetes is like an older person, like could be your parents, your uncle, your aunt. They tend to be people much older than us, and it's often because they are overweight and they don't exercise, okay? So they have got too much fat. Now, the key difference is that in type 2 diabetes, the pancreas is still making insulin, but it's not enough, or the cells are not responding to the insulin that is being made. Okay, so what happens is that actually, because there's so much fat in the body, that the cells don't actually realize that there's insulin, and they can't actually convert the glucose back to glycogen. It just doesn't work because the body doesn't realize, because there's so much fat. And so that is basically the key difference. Okay, so if we look at this diagram to make things really clear, now this is type 1 diabetes. Okay, this is your glucose, and what you can see is that there is no insulin. Okay, so in type 1 diabetes, the pancreas is really quite faulty and it does not make insulin. Okay, can you see that there's just glucose here? Now, in type 2 diabetes, okay, we've got sugars and we've also got insulin. Okay, but what happens is that there is not enough insulin. There needs to be more, or the body is just not sensitive to that insulin, okay, or it doesn't respond to the insulin. And that is the key difference. Okay, so type 2 diabetes, they can still get by, like they will still be okay if they can try and control their diet, or, you know, control how much they're exercising. But in type 1, if you don't give them that injection, that they can become very unwell because there is no insulin at all to help them out. Okay, is everyone clear so far on this difference between type 1 and type 2? Okay, can you guys just write it out in the chat for me what the difference is, so that I know that you guys all understand what I'm saying? So what's the difference between type 1 and type 2? Let's imagine that this is a 2-mark exam question. What are you guys going to write out? Fantastic. So in type 1 diabetes, no insulin is produced. In type 2 diabetes, the pancreas produces less insulin and the body is less responsive to that insulin. Okay, that is our key difference. Now, how do we treat type 2 diabetes? So remember, we said that with type 1, we give them insulin injections because they don't make any insulin. What do you think we can do with our type 2s? Does anyone know? What can we do to help out with our type 2s? What can we tell them to do just by looking at this image? Fantastic. So healthier lifestyle, exercise more and lose weight. That is fantastic. So type 2 diabetes is because people are overweight, they get very lazy, they eat lots of junk, fast food, and they don't exercise. And the body cells are not responsive to insulin. So many people can restore their sugar levels by taking these steps. So I see lots of people with diabetes, and the first thing I tell them is that you must have a balanced diet. Okay, so eating lots of fruits, vegetables, and not too much fats and sugar. You need to lose weight. Okay, these are the key things: healthy diet, weight loss, and regular exercise. Okay, so these are the first things that we do. So you can see type 2 diabetes is not as severe as type 1. You don't need to give them an injection straight away. So type 1 is insulin, whereas with type 2, the first thing that we do is we can tell them to control their diet, okay, and control their exercise. Okay, if that doesn't work, and many people are actually very lazy and they don't want to eat healthy, they can't even be bothered to exercise. So if that doesn't work, we do give them medicines. Okay, so there are some medicines that just sort of help out with the pancreas and help the insulin become absorbed more easily, or these medicines, they help the pancreas make more insulin, or they reduce the amount of sugars that the body takes in. Okay, so there are lots of drugs. There's maybe about 5 or 6 different types of drugs that people can be on, and some people are actually on several drugs. Some people take like 4 medicines every day, just to control their sugars. And some people that doesn't even work, and their diabetes is really quite bad. So then they have to take insulin as well. Yeah. So that's usually the pathway for type 2 diabetes. So they can exercise, they can control their diet, but if after a few years that doesn't work, then we do give them medicines. Okay, but we don't give them any insulin injection straight away. Okay, and type 2 diabetes usually affects older people, so at least people who are like over 40 or 50, but it is becoming more and more common in young people who are very overweight. Okay, so guys, just a summary to just remind us of type 1, okay, versus type 2 diabetes. So I just want you guys to be as interactive as possible. Type 1, does that happen in a young person or in an old person? So just put your answer in the chat, young or old. Fantastic. So type 1, you want to think of a young, either a child or a teenager. What about type 2? Is that in an older person or a younger person? Fantastic. So this is old. Why do people get type 1 diabetes? What is it? Is it because of their lifestyle? Is it because of their parents? What is it in type 1? Why does one person have diabetes and not the other one? Fantastic. So type 1 diabetes is genetic, okay? It doesn't mean you did something wrong. It doesn't mean you ate too much or you didn't exercise. It's just in your genes, okay? It happens on its own. Why do people get type 2 diabetes? What do they do wrong? Fantastic. So type 2 diabetes is because of a lack of exercise. Okay, it is because of a poor diet, and it is because of lifestyle, okay, and getting older. So this is all things that we do. It's not genetic. These are things that you do, okay, because you're not eating healthy, you're not exercising, and you're not controlling your sugars. Okay, now type 1 diabetes, what happens in terms of the insulin in type 1 diabetes, and what can we see here? Okay, so in type 1 diabetes, there is no insulin. Fantastic. So in type 1 diabetes, we haven't got anything. Can you see it's all blank? In type 2 diabetes, there is less insulin. Okay, so there is some, but it's less. And also the body is less responsive to it. So even if insulin is being released, the body doesn't actually care, doesn't realize that there's insulin. It loses that sensitivity. Okay, those are the main differences. Now, how do we treat type 1 diabetes? What do we do for a young person who all of a sudden is diabetic? What do we do for them? Fantastic. So we give them injections of insulin straight away. Okay, they have to take at least 2 injections every day. What do we do for our type 2 diabetic to treat them? Fantastic. So encouraging a balanced diet, exercise, weight loss. So we do give lifestyle measures, and then we can consider drugs. And finally, we can consider insulin. But firstly, we just tell them to sort out their lifestyle. Okay, super. So well done, guys. These are the main differences between type 1 and type 2, and we will be seeing exam questions on them. Okay, so glucose control is just one thing that is managed in hormonal control, but there are several hormones which we will be talking about. Okay, and what I touched on earlier is that this process is negative feedback. Okay, and basically, if a factor in the internal environment increases, like for example, your sugar goes up, changes take place to get it back to the original. And if the factor goes down, like if your sugar levels go down, changes take place to get it back up. Now, we commonly see this example for glucose, but it actually works in pretty much everything, which we will see later on. So even like your temperature, like if you're too cold or you're too hot, or even like your thyroid function as well, all hormones are controlled by negative feedback. Okay. And this is just a negative feedback system. This is just like a really common graph so you can understand. So this is the baseline. It's kind of what I drew earlier. This is what you normally want it at. Okay. If it goes up, your body realizes and it thinks, oh no, we need to get it back down. Yeah. And it brings it back to the ideal level. If it goes down, the body realizes and it thinks, oh no, it's too low. Let's get it back up. Okay. And in this way, the body's doing this all the time. Even as you're just sitting and listening to me, your body's controlling everything, like, your temperature, your sugar, lots of different things. And it keeps it at this ideal level. Okay. And this is what is known as negative feedback. Oh, sorry. Yep. So this is negative feedback loops. So, okay, guys, so we're going to do some exam questions now, which are from the exam packs that you may have gone through. If you haven't had a look at them, don't worry. So exam practice for me is really important because you can keep learning as much knowledge, but if you cannot apply it to the exam papers, you won't unfortunately be able to get the level 9s that we're trying to get. Okay, so let's go through this one. A person with type 1 diabetes does not produce enough of the hormone insulin. Where is the hormone insulin produced? Okay, guys, I want you to just put in the chat, what do you think is the correct answer? So hopefully we should all be able to get this one. I will be a bit disappointed if somebody gives me the wrong answer, but fantastic. So insulin is produced in the pancreas. Okay, nice, easy, one marker. Okay, how does insulin travel around the body? Again, one mark. So you just want to say one thing. Fantastic. So remember we said that hormones are carried in the blood. Okay, so you can say in the blood or in the bloodstream, either one is fine. So remember that the nerves, they carry electrical signals, but hormones are carried in our blood. You can say blood or bloodstream, both of those will get you the mark. Okay, fantastic. One marker. Okay. Now, people with diabetes may be asked to control their diet. Explain how this can help to reduce the risk of developing health problems. Okay, now guys, this is a 3-mark question. So you need to say 3 things. You need to have 3 clear points in your answer. So I'll give you guys just a minute or so to just write down what you would write for this question. Okay, and then I'll talk about how I work it out. Okay, have you guys had some time to do that one? Because I haven't got any answers yet. Okay, so the first thing that I want to say, guys, I'm just going to talk through how I would go about this question. So really pay attention to the wording of what the question is telling you, okay? Don't just whiz through and think you want to scribble your answer down. This is an explain question, okay? So does anyone know why it's important or what it means if it says explain? So basically, so sometimes the question, it might say describe, okay? It might say describe how you can do this, okay? Or suggest why you can do this, okay? It's really important that you look at what the question is telling you to do. Now, the main thing is if it says explain, what that means is that you need to give reasons, okay? So you need to say exactly why it helps, why something will help reduce the risk of developing health problems and the reasoning behind that, okay? When it says describe, you're just literally listing facts that you've sort of memorized from the book. Like describe what happens to you when you have diabetes, and you just list like, blurred vision, going to the toilet, drinking more. That is a describe question. If they're asking for an explanation, you need to give reasoning. Okay, if it says suggest, these are options that are outside the scope of the curriculum, and they are just thinking outside of the box, and it's just using the information in the question, like, oh, suggest why the experiment didn't work. Okay, and you have to just read the question and read the information that they've given you, but there is no fixed answer. There are several answers for suggesting. Okay, so this question is telling me to explain, so I need to give reasons how controlling my diet can help reduce the risk of getting health problems. Okay, so I've got some really fantastic answers so far, and this is a 3-mark question. Okay, so if there are 3 marks, we are saying 3 separate things. Now, the question is asking, what will happen if you control your diet? The first thing that you want to say is that if you control your diet, you will reduce the amount of sugar in the diet. Okay, so if you tell somebody with diabetes, control your diet, the first thing you're telling them is to reduce the sugar levels. Okay, sugar is also known as glucose or carbohydrate. Now, that is the description. Now we explain it. So if the sugar levels are low, what that means is that the blood glucose concentration does not increase as much. And if the blood sugar concentrations are not as high, then that means that you won't have any problem. So I would say that it reduces the risk of heart disease or of kidney disease or of eye problems. Remember, I told you guys there are 3 main things that diabetes can cause. This is what they're talking about here. Okay, and that's why I said it's important to know that. So eye, kidney, or heart disease, or they're saying it reduces effects like, for example, increased urine or increased tiredness, or you would get marks for saying increased drinking of water, increased thirstiness as well. Yeah, it says it here, thirst. So if you guys remember, I said that there were, so if we just go back to that slide, just to be really clear on what we're talking about, because I know it's hard to do exam questions so early on. Okay, do you guys remember this slide? I said that there are 3 things that you want to remember here: increased urination, increased thirstiness, blurred vision. Yeah. And we looked at this slide and we said that things to remember are kidney damage, heart problems, and eye damage, right? So that is what this question is basically testing. Lower sugar levels will maintain the blood glucose concentration, and you will have less long-term effects of tiredness or increased urination or thirst or eye disease, kidney disease, heart disease. Now, I've got some really good answers, but they're all talking about random things like vitamin deficiencies, like rickets, and random things like that, which will not get you any marks when this question is about diabetes. Okay, does anyone have any questions on this, or they don't understand what I'm talking about, or why they didn't get any of the marks? Please feel free to ask me. Okay, so let's go through another exam question now. So hormones are released from glands. Which gland produces hormones control other glands in the endocrine system? Okay, so guys, put your answers in the chat. Okay, and I want everyone to get this one. Fantastic. So this one is my pituitary gland. Fantastic. Remember we said that pituitary is like the head teacher and it sits right at the top, okay? And it controls the other glands in the body. Okay, we just go back to this slide. It's the master gland and it is sitting over here. Okay, we've covered that today. Fantastic. Well done. Okay. So this question is a little bit harder. Okay. And so when you get a question like this, okay, where you can see this is the next part and there's loads of marks available, I want you guys to really read the question carefully. Okay. Don't just skip over and jump to the question. So people with diabetes should try to keep their blood glucose concentration within the same range as a person without diabetes. Most people with type 1 diabetes regularly check their blood glucose concentration using a meter as shown in figure 2. The meter reading is used to estimate how much insulin they need to inject. Okay, now usually this kind of information you've probably read nothing about, it's not in your textbook, and this is like background information. So you kind of have to apply your knowledge here. And then just look at the image quickly. So you can see here, this is a glucose meter. Okay, there's a test strip, and then there's blood. Okay, so probably it tells you the number over here. Okay. And then the next part of the question is saying figure 3 shows a new system. Okay, it is connected to the person all the time. The new system gives better control of blood glucose concentration and it reduces the number of times the glucose concentration falls too low. Okay, and then you can see here there are 4 points. So sensor measures the glucose concentration. The information is sent to the pump. Pump calculates and releases the correct amount of insulin. And then insulin is injected automatically into the body. Okay, so there's quite a lot of information here. And this is telling me, how does the body respond if slightly too much insulin is injected into the body? Okay, and I believe this is a 4-mark question. Okay, so guys, we need to say 4 things for this question. So I'll just give you guys a bit of time to process this as it's a little bit confusing. And please just put your answers in the chat. Okay, guys, so I'm going to start working my way through this question. Okay, so even if you haven't managed to write out 4 points, we can just talk about basically what is at the gist of this question and what they're trying to test. So you might not have seen this pump, okay, you might not have seen this glucose meter, but the knowledge that they're testing is still what we have covered and is still in your textbook. So how does the body respond if slightly too much insulin is injected into the body? Okay, it's the same way as saying what happens in your own body when your insulin levels go up. Okay, so remember, this is a negative feedback system. So if too much insulin is injected, basically the body will react to stop that, to bring that insulin down. Okay, so what will happen is if we have too much insulin, firstly, tell me what will happen to the sugar level if there is too much insulin? What will happen to our glucose? Okay, we just take it step by step. Fantastic. So if too much insulin is injected, the first thing that happens is that your sugar levels drop. Okay, your blood glucose concentration goes too low. This is one mark which I hope all of you have got, because we all know that insulin takes it in. If there's too much insulin, your sugar levels go too low. What then happens? Well, the pancreas detects that the sugar levels are low. The pancreas realizes, oh no, the insulin levels, the sugar levels are too low. We need to do something. Okay, what does that pancreas do? It releases glucagon. Okay, so the pancreas releases glucagon. And remember, what does glucagon do? It converts the glycogen, which is that stored form of sugar, okay, into glucose, into the free sugars. Okay, and that glucose is then released into the blood. This is like the fifth mark, but you should say all of these 4 points, okay, to get this answer correct. Okay, now you know there's all this information here and you can get easily distracted, but remember the core of what they're testing is knowledge that you have already covered, and it is basically what we talked about in this pathway. Okay, so what happens when the insulin levels become too high is the same thing here. The sugar levels drop. Okay, the pancreas detects it. It releases glucagon, which converts the glycogen into glucose. Yeah, and glucose is released into the blood. So we've talked about that very clearly, and that is what this question is testing. Okay, so this is why you would get 4 marks for this, and it is just stating the obvious. So I always used to find in exams, what I would do is try and think of something really clever and just miss out, the basics and just try and think, oh no, what do they mean? What is this question testing? But actually, you get marks for saying the obvious things. So never miss out anything obvious. Even something like, okay, sugar level goes too low. You might think, well, that's obvious, but you must write it down. Okay. Does anyone have any questions on this exam paper question? We will be doing more questions later on as well. Okay, so I'm going to move on, guys, but if you have any questions, let me know. So we've basically talked so far about hormonal coordination and about hormones, in particular about insulin. Now, one important thing which relates to hormonal coordination, which is like part of the topic, is homeostasis. Okay, and homeo, again, I like to keep things simple. Homo means same, okay, and stasis means stuck. So it's like keeping the things same or maintaining balance. Okay, and when we think about homeostasis, I want you guys to remember this man who's just on this balancing scale, just trying to keep everything in balance. Okay, so we've talked about how glucose is controlled. That is one form of homeostasis, but there are many other conditions in the body, or sorry, many other factors in the body which are controlled and they are maintained. Okay, why do you guys think homeostasis in homeostasis is important? Why do things need to be kept the same? Exactly. So homeostasis is really important to maintain the internal conditions of the body, because what can happen is if the environment is not maintained, you can actually become very unwell. Okay. And we will see that now. So two main things that come under homeostasis is controlling our temperature. Okay. That is our internal body temperature, and also controlling the amount of water that is in our body. Okay. So you can imagine that if you start to become very, very hot, it's going to be a problem. If you become very, very cold, it's also a problem. Okay. Now, you don't sit there and tell your body, oh, you need to be 36 degrees, you need to be 37 degrees. It's just controlling it on its own. Yeah. The body is doing this all by itself. Okay, what is ideal? So we're going to talk first about temperature, guys, and then afterwards we will talk about water control. Okay, so what is our ideal body temperature? What do you guys think? Fantastic. So it's around 37 degrees. So the body temperature needs to stay at 37 degrees, okay, because this is the temperature at which enzymes work best. So we're not really talking about enzymes today, but enzymes are molecules which speed up a reaction and help a reaction take place. So if your body is not 37 degrees, the enzymes don't work, and then lots of important processes in the body, they stop working as well. Okay. Now, basically, when we talk about body temperature, your skin temperature, so like if, for example, you go out in the cold and it's snowing outside, obviously your hands will become really cold, right? And that's fine. Or if you sit out in the sun, your skin becomes very hot and you can get a tan. But the core body temperature, so deep inside your body, okay, like right in the core, like over here, deep inside, that must be kept stable. Okay, it's fine if your hands are a little bit cold or hot, but inside of you, the body temperature needs to be kept stable. Okay. So this is why, so when you guys have your temperature checked, where do you guys normally put the thermometer? So if you guys have ever had a fever, or your parents have ever checked your temperature, where do they normally put the temperature? Sorry, the thermometer. Fantastic. So they put it in the mouth, or they put it in the armpit, or sometimes in the ears, because all of these places are an indication of the temperature deep inside the body. Okay, because it goes in the mouth or in the armpit where it's there's a lot of heat stored. So you can't just like tap it on your finger and check the temperature there, because it's not reliable. And we want to know what is the core body temperature. Okay, so that's the temperature inside the body. Okay. Now, the main concern is that at only a few degrees above or below normal body temperature, the enzymes don't function properly. Okay. And many things can affect the internal body temperature, but the main thing is obviously, if you have a fever, like for example, if you were to get coronavirus or the flu, that will cause your temperature to go up. Or for example, if you're doing lots of exercise, you can get very hot and very sweaty, or you go to like external temperature. So if, for example, you go to the desert, or you go to the North Pole, or you go to very icy conditions and it's very cold, that will affect your temperature as well. Okay, so we know that it's really important to control our body temperature. Now, does anyone have any ideas how we do this? As I said, you don't tell your body to get warm or get cold. So does anyone know where in the body this happens? Okay, so don't worry if you guys don't know. We're all here to learn, so don't worry now. Basically, so this is, don't worry about too much of this slide. So the internal control mechanisms are most important in controlling the body temperature. Okay, but control of the core body temperature relies on the thermoregulatory center in the hypothalamus of the brain. And I will show you guys a picture of this in the next slide. So just like how we have the pituitary gland, we've got another area of the brain which is just solely there to control the temperature. Okay, and this, so basically thermo means heat. Okay, and regulatory, as you know, it's like regulations, it controls it. Yeah, so this is like the heat control center. Okay, and it's in the hypothalamus. I'll show you guys a picture. So this center contains receptors that are sensitive to temperature changes in the blood flowing through the brain. So you know that all around your body, you've got blood that flows through, right? And blood goes to the brain as well to give the brain its energy. And basically, what happens is that the center realizes, oh, actually, it's too cold or it's too hot. Okay. Extra information also comes from the temperature receptors in the skin. Okay, so on your skin, just even on your hands, on your arms, there are cells which just detect the temperature, and they send impulses right up to the brain, okay, to tell them like actually the skin is also very cold or the hands are very cold. Okay, now these receptors are so sensitive that they can detect a temperature difference as small as 0.5 degrees. So that is a really, really minor difference. Okay, so this is my thermoregulatory center. So remember, this is the brain here. Okay, so the pituitary is a small bit over here, and then we've got a hypothalamus here. Don't worry too much about the words, but just remember that it's controlled by the brain, by the thermoregulatory center. Okay, so this thermoregulatory center, now if you imagine this is your body over here. Okay, now you can be exposed to lots of different environments. Okay, so it can be really hot. Okay, and it can also be really cold. So for example, it can be snowing. Yeah, so the brain is sitting there and it's receiving all these impulses. So what's happening in the skin, what's happening in the blood in the brain, what's happening outside, is it cold, is it hot? And the brain basically processes all of this. Okay, so receives two sets of information. So firstly, there are temperature receptors in the brain itself. Okay, so the brain is saying, well, is it 36 degrees? Is it 39? Is it 40? What's happening? Okay, and then it also receives information from temperature receptors in the skin over here. Okay, and it processes both of these. So it takes in information from the brain and from the skin, and it decides, is it too hot or is it too cold? And it then controls three other things. Okay, so if it's too hot or too cold, it will send information to the muscles. Okay, don't worry about this, I'll explain this. It will send information to the sweat glands, and it will send information to the skeletal muscles. So these are the blood, the muscles controlling the blood vessels, and there are muscles controlling the main muscles in the body as well. Okay, so I know this is a lot to take in, but just remember that this is our heat control center. Okay, it receives impulses from the brain itself and from the skin. It thinks about what to do. Okay, it's deciding, is it hot, is it cold? It makes a decision, and it sends information to the blood vessels, to the glands, and to the muscles. Yeah, so there's two things coming in and three things going out. Okay, now, let's just say, for example, it's a very hot day. Okay, so just before we move on and reveal everything, what do you think will happen if it is very, very hot? What usually happens to your body? You don't need to have any knowledge from your books, but you go out and it's a very sunny day. What starts to happen to you when you feel hot? Great. So you feel thirsty, yeah, when it's very hot, and exactly, and you feel sweaty. Okay, so your body starts to sweat because it tries to get rid of the excess heat in liquid. Okay. sorry, so let's just have a look at this. So when you become too hot, okay, your sweat glands start to produce sweat. Okay, so if you're in the sun or you go for a run, you become very hot and your body starts to produce sweat. Okay, so that's the first thing that happens. Okay, so this is a sweat gland over here, and it realizes actually it's so hot, the temperature is getting high. Let's try and get rid of some of the heat in water. Okay, and the sweat goes onto the surface of your skin, and you might start to feel sweaty in your underarms or your face or and anywhere. Now you're starting to lose water. Okay, now water is leaving your body. So what your body realizes, actually, I'm thirsty now, and I need to replace this liquid that I've lost by drinking water. Okay, so sweat is mainly water, but it also contains some other salts as well, which are just kind of waste products. Okay, so sweat evaporates. Remember, evaporation is from liquid to gas. Okay, it evaporates from your skin, and in doing so, it transfers away heat energy, and this cools you down. That's why when you sweat, you feel a bit more cool. Okay, so what we can see here is that this is a pore that's releasing sweat onto the surface of the skin. Now there are other things that happen. So your blood vessels, which are on the surface of the skin, what happens is they dilate. Okay, does anyone know what we mean by dilate? What does dilate mean? Fantastic. So dilation means that they get bigger. So if your blood vessel is normally this size, okay, when it dilates, it becomes this big. Okay, it becomes much wider. And what that means is that more blood goes to the surface of the skin, and more blood can then release the heat. Okay, so it releases the heat on the surface of the skin. Okay, now what happens on a cold day? Okay, so when sorry, so sorry, we haven't finished that. So the first thing is that you sweat, and the next thing is that the blood vessels dilate. Okay, so when the core body temperature rises, let's say it goes up to 38 degrees, impulses are sent from that heat center. Okay, this is in the brain. So more energy is transferred to the surroundings to cool the body down. Okay, the blood vessels that supply the surface skin capillaries dilate. Okay, so remember that instead of being this wide, they get much bigger, and we call this vasodilation. Okay, vaso meaning blood and dilation meaning bigger. Okay, so can you see that this blood vessel, it's become so wide? Okay, and what that means is it lets more blood flow through the capillaries. Okay, so then the skin flushes. Okay, and that's why you might notice that your cheeks become very red. So more energy is transferred by radiation from the skin to the surroundings. Okay, so you become very flushed, your cheeks can become pink because your arteries are dilating. Okay, does anyone have any questions on this? So guys, the main things that are happening when you are hot is that you start to sweat, okay, and your capillaries dilate. Okay, those are the main things that are happening. Now, in order for those capillaries to dilate, the muscles have to relax, okay, to allow the blood to flow, because otherwise the muscles, they keep the vessels very tight and they keep it very narrow. So here your muscles relax. Now, these are all really important exams because you will get a 3-mark question which tells you what happens when you are hot. So you need to be hitting all of those marks, right? So you need to say that the muscles will relax, the arteries become dilated, and more blood will flow through the skin capillaries. Okay, so what about when you are cold? Okay, so without looking at that, what happens to you guys? You may know if you go out and it's freezing, what do you notice starts to happen to you? Fantastic. So you start to shiver. Exactly. So you'll notice that when you're really cold, your body starts to shiver and your blood vessels constrict. Well done. I'm really impressed. Okay. So what happens is if your body temperature starts to fall, if it's really cold, impulses are sent from that regulatory center, which is in the brain. Okay. And to prevent you cooling down, okay, so reducing your energy transfer. So basically what happens is that it's just the opposite of what happens when you're too hot. So your muscles will contract. Can you see how skinny it is? So this is when it's cold and this is when it's hot. So can you see how skinny this artery is? It's constricted so that your blood vessels are not releasing heat. Your sweat glands are not producing any sweat. Okay, and you start to shiver. Okay, now shivering only happens if you're actually really, really cold. It doesn't tend to happen all the time. And shivering just generates heat. Okay, because when you start to shake your muscles, it gives off heat energy as a byproduct. Okay. So yeah, this is another example of what happens. Okay, so just remember that this is our brain over here, which is deciding everything. Okay, now when your temperature goes up, okay, the brain notices that and it does 3 things. Okay, so firstly, the capillaries dilate. Okay, and the muscles will relax to allow those capillaries to dilate, and the lots of sweat is produced. Okay, when your body temperature goes down, the capillaries will constrict. Can you see they've become narrower? You don't produce any sweat, and also you shiver. Okay, but another thing that sometimes happens is that your hairs will stand up. So you know that sometimes when you're cold, you get goosebumps, and your hairs are pulled erect to trap an insulating layer of air. Okay, so your hairs are pulled up, and in this case, the hairs will lie flat. Obviously, when you're hot, they don't stand up. Does anyone have any questions on this? Or anything that they don't understand, or you want me to go through again? Okay. So yeah, we've covered this. So this again is just a summary of what happens. So when your body temperature decreases, okay, the impulses are sent to the thermoregulatory center in the brain, and they send impulses to your muscles and to the arteries, and the muscles will contract, so they will get narrower to reduce the blood flow, and they will cause shivering. Okay, so this is when you are cold on a cold day. Okay, so so guys, so normally Okay, this all works fine. So normally this process is happening and you're actually very fine. But there is a term for when you actually go in really, really cold, icy conditions, like if you go skiing or if you go to a very cold area and you're not wearing enough clothing, your temperature can become very low and actually dangerously low. Does anyone know what this is called? Well done. So some of you have got that right. So this is actually known as hypothermia. So hypo means low and thermia is heat. Okay, so there's not enough heat. And this is a really specific term for when your temperature goes below 35. So remember, normal is 37, and you can have a bit of leeway here and there. But if it goes really low, like below 35, it's very dangerous and actually you can die. So you will be shivering like very, very intensely. You can be very confused because basically your body doesn't know what to do. So either your the ability of the body to control temperature has failed, or it's because you're really, really in very icy conditions and you're not wearing enough clothing. As I said, it's usually when you go skiing or in very Arctic conditions. And it's very interesting because people who become very, very hypothermic, they actually feel like taking their clothes off because they become very confused. So that's something that makes it even worse. But if you're too cold, your body just starts to shut down, and unfortunately, you can die. So, does anyone know what the opposite term is for when you become way too hot? So, if hypothermia is when you're too cold, what would it be if you're too hot? Fantastic. So this is known as hyper, which is too high, and thermia, which is heat. Okay. So when you have a temperature that's say if your normal temperature is 37, it goes up to 37.5, it's 38.5. This is what we call a fever, right? And you're unwell. And that's probably because you've got a bacteria or you've got a bug or like COVID or something like that. But if it becomes way too high, if it goes above 38.5, or sometimes we say 39, this is way too hot. And this is what we call hypothermia. And usually this happens like if you've got heat stroke, like if you go to a very hot country and you sit on the beach and you don't sit in the shade at all and you lie in the sun for a very long time, you can get heat stroke, or sometimes because of some drugs you can. And you behave quite differently, so you start to feel very sick. Sometimes if you've gone to the beach and you spent a lot of time in the sun, you may realize that you feel tired after, you've got a headache, or you start to feel sick. That's probably because you've got a bit of heat stroke. But if it's uncontrolled, okay, and it goes on for a very, very long time, you can get organ failure followed by death. Okay, does anyone have any questions on this? Okay, so before we just go for our lunch at 12, I just want to spend some time doing an exam question. So, guys, humans keep their internal conditions almost constant. Body temperature is kept within a narrow range. When the core body temperature is too low, this is detected by the thermoregulatory center in the brain. Okay, so they're giving you some information. Describe how the body responds when a decrease in core body temperature is detected. Okay, so guys, this is 6 marks. Just jot down in the chat any points that you would put for this question. Okay, you don't need to write out a whole essay for me. Just put down the points of what you think would be the right answer. So one of us have said that you would write about hypothermia and what it is and the symptoms. So no, that is not correct. You need to read the question. It says, describe how the body is responding when a decrease in the body temperature is detected. So what does the body do to try and get the temperature back to normal? That's what the question is testing. It's not asking you what are the symptoms of hypothermia. Okay, fantastic. So some really good answers, guys. So this is a describe question, and essentially, if you were to remember this diagram here, okay, then it's really quite easy to write this answer this question. So remember, we state all of the obvious things, okay? So the first thing that you want to do is what is the body doing? So remember, we know that we are shivering, the arteries are narrowing, and your hairs are lying up. So these are all things to remember. Okay, so what exactly do we write? So you even get a mark for just saying the blood vessels that supply the skin, they constrict, okay? Or you can say vasoconstriction. So that's the first thing. So the blood vessels, okay, you even get a mark for just saying blood vessels, they will constrict. Okay, now what happens if they constrict? Well, that means that less blood flow to the skin, okay? Because they've become narrow, there is less blood flow, so less energy is lost and we conserve that energy. Okay, so you literally get 4 marks for just raising this point about the blood vessels. Okay, another thing that you can mention is shivering, okay, by muscle contraction. You must say muscles, which releases energy or it releases heat. Okay, so those are 2 other things that you can say. For some reason, they've said ignore hair erection. Sometimes they don't accept that one because that's just not one of the main ones. And hair erection can happen in other cases as well. So that's why the main things that you want to say are that the blood vessels, they go from dilation to constriction. So less heat is left and you start to shiver, okay, because of muscle contraction. Now, for this type of thing, I would literally just learn this answer from the mark scheme. That's what I used to do, and I used to score very highly because you just need to use the words that they've given you in the exam papers because the terminology is very specific. So can you see how, you need to say some specific words, otherwise you don't get the marks. Okay, guys, so it's just 12 o'clock, so we're going to go for a lunch. So if you guys come back at 12:30 and we will continue on with the next part of today's lesson. Okay, and please leave any questions in the chat. Well done. Hi everyone, welcome back. So I hope you guys had a good lunch break. So we're going to be moving on to our next topic. But before we do that, I just thought it would be really nice to just do a quick quiz, just to make sure that we are all on the right track. So we're going to do a quick Kahoot. So this one is just about diabetes and the endocrine system. So if you guys can just log on to Kahoot, and the pin should come up shortly. So we'll just wait for a couple more people to log on. Okay, I think we'll get started. If you're still trying to log on, the pin will be there at the bottom of the session. Fantastic. So in type 1 diabetes, the pancreas cannot make insulin, okay? Fantastic. So in diabetes, we've got elevated levels of glucose and in the blood and in the urine. So diabetes is contagious. Is that true or false? What do we mean by contagious? Fantastic. So contagious means that you can catch it from somebody else, but that is not true for diabetes. So remember, we said that it's non-communicable. Fantastic. So insulin and glucagon are produced in the pancreas. Okay, so insulin and glucagon, fantastic. So they regulate our sugar levels in the blood. Well done. Fantastic. So insulin, remember, is a hormone. Well done. So we're all on the right track. Fantastic. So the one that is most commonly treated with insulin is type 1 diabetes. Remember, type 2 we treat with lifestyle advice, with diet, exercise, and then we consider some drugs, but not insulin in the first instance, yeah? What does the liver store? Fantastic. So well done to those of you who got that right, because this is a tricky question. So remember, the liver is only storing glycogen. You cannot store glucose. So these are both wrong, okay? Glucose is something you cannot store. It just goes up and down the bloodstream, okay? That's why to store it, we convert it to glycogen. And what about bile? Where is bile stored? Does anyone know? Where do we store bile? Just put your answer in the chat. Fantastic. So bile is made in the liver, but it's stored in the gallbladder. Okay, just really pleased with that. Okay. So we will just stop there and just go back to where we were on, where we left off. Okay, so guys, so far today we've talked about quite a lot in terms of homeostasis. We've talked about sugar control and we've talked about temperature control. Okay, the last thing that we're talking about is water control, okay, and removing our waste products. Okay, now what we know is that if you want the body to work properly, okay, lots of things must stay as constant as possible. Okay, and what did we term when something is maintained in a constant internal environment? What is the word given to that? What is the term used when we are trying to maintain things to stay the same? There's a specific word. Okay, so we did talk about this word, and remember there was a man sitting on a balancing slide trying to balance things out. What is that word called? Okay, so guys, that is homeostasis. Do you remember this man? Homo means same, stasis means maintaining it, keeping it the same. Okay, so we're trying to keep our internal environment the same, and we do that by controlling the temperature, which we've talked about, and now we're talking about water control. Okay, so I hope you guys are following. So, as you move, you respire. Okay, so you heat up the body. You also produce waste. And when you digest, you're taking in lots of different molecules in your body. So loads of things are happening even as you're just sitting here. Okay. But somehow the inside of your body, it always stays constant, okay, within a very narrow range, because the body is actually always working hard through homeostasis to keep that level the same. Okay. So many of the functions in the body help keep the internal environment, the inside, as constant as possible. Okay, now we're going to talk about removing waste products, and that is to do with our urine. Okay, so it's really important that waste gets removed from our body. Does anyone know what sort of waste products we are always trying to get rid of? What are we trying to get rid of as waste in our bodies? Fantastic. Carbon dioxide. So we breathe out carbon dioxide. That is a huge waste product that we get rid of. And something else is known as urea. Okay, so if you eat too much proteins, like you eat lots of chicken, fish, eggs, foods that are high in protein, your body can't store all of that, and some of it has to let it go. And the breakdown of protein is a waste product known as urea. Okay, now if this builds up, and if this builds up in your body, it can cause major problems to the rest of your body. Okay, so let's just talk about these. So firstly, carbon dioxide. So we know that we breathe out carbon dioxide in the air, out into the air, and carbon dioxide is produced by the body cells during respiration. Okay, so can anyone tell me what respiration is? What do we mean by respiration? Okay, so we did cover respiration in one of our previous sessions. So what is human respiration? What's happening? So as you guys may know, respiration is the process which releases energy into our cells, okay? And it's the breakdown of glucose. Okay, so we react that glucose with oxygen. Okay, and when it reacts with oxygen, it gives off carbon dioxide and water. Okay, this is the opposite of photosynthesis, and it is respiration. Okay, and this process releases energy as well. Okay, now this water is fine to have in the body, but carbon dioxide is a waste product and it must be removed. Okay, so carbon dioxide, it diffuses from the blood. And when you take a deep, every time you breathe out, okay, you're always breathing out carbon dioxide. It's happening right now without you realizing. Okay, so this air containing the CO2 is removed from the body when you exhale, i.e., when you breathe out. Okay, and as you're breathing out, you also release a bit of moisture, a bit of water as well, which is the H2O. That also goes as well. So that part is fine. So we're fine in removing CO2. We just breathe that out. Okay, but the other thing that we try and break down and get rid of is urea. Okay, so before we reveal it, does anyone know how we get rid of urea in the body? So I know this might be a new topic for you guys. So firstly, let's just talk about again, what is urea? As a reminder, if you guys can tell me what is urea? Fantastic. So it goes out through the urine. Well done. So it does begin with UR, so that does help. So remember that urea is a waste product. Okay, it is a waste product from the breakdown of protein. Okay, and we get rid of it through our urine. Okay, so the other main waste product of the body is urea. Okay, and this is a waste product that's produced by the breakdown of excess amino acids. So amino acids are just proteins. So it's by excess proteins in the liver. Okay, so basically what happens is that in our blood, this is our blood. Okay, and it's got loads of toxic things in it, like urea and things that we don't want. Okay, so it goes through the kidneys. Okay, and the kidneys realize this, and the kidneys, they basically act as what we call a filter. Okay, so they filter things. So you may have done science experiments where you've got like a sieve, and you put in so it's not very good drawing, but this is a sieve, and then we've got a beaker. So you may know that you put in a mix of like sand and water into your beaker. So you know that the sand stays at the top and all the water comes out, right? That is exactly what happens as a kidney. It's a massive filter. So it gets rid of all the junk, okay? And that comes out into the urine, and the good stuff goes back into the blood. Okay, now this is important because urea is basically a poison. Okay, and if levels build up in the body, this can cause extensive damage to the cells. Okay, so as we said, fortunately, it is filtered out of the body by our kidneys, and it's then passed out of the body in the urine. Okay, so it just goes out in the urine when you go to wee. Okay, so it also takes away any excess water as well as salt. Okay, so your average person actually produces up to 900 liters of urine in a year. So it's actually a huge amount that is going in and out all the time. Okay, does anyone have any questions so far about the kidney? Okay, so the most important thing is that the removal of urea, okay, remember this waste protein, is used to balance the concentration of water and of ions in the fluids. Okay, so what happens is that, say if we don't get rid of the urea, what happens is that it tends to clog up the system, and it can really affect the amount of water and the amount of mineral ions in the body, because this urea is actually going out as with some water and with some salt. So if the urea stays in the body, it means that the water doesn't go away, and neither does the salt as well. So it's really, really important that the kidneys are working properly. Okay, so what are the functions of your kidneys? Okay, so the kidneys are really important for homeostasis in the water balance of the body. Okay, so remember we talked about temperature control, and now we're talking about water control. Okay, so where do we get water from, guys, in our bodies? How does water get in? Where do we get our water from? Exactly. So we can get water from drinking it. Fantastic. Now, so the only way we can get water is when we drink, and also in some foods that are have quite a lot of liquid in them. For example, cucumber is very rich in water as well. Okay, so you can gain water when you drink and eat. Now, how do we get rid of water? So we've already said that we get rid of water from the lungs in respiration. It goes out with the CO2. Okay, and also when you sweat. So if your temperature goes too high, if your temperature goes too high, remember the thermoregulatory center will cause sweating to occur from the sweat glands. Okay, so this is how water is gained, and this is how we lose it. Now, if you're very short of water, okay, the kidneys will conserve it. So, what have you guys noticed? What happens when you're not drinking enough? What do you guys notice with your urine? I know this sounds a bit weird, but in terms of how much urine you pass and the color. Exactly. So it goes darker. So fantastic. So when you guys are really dehydrated, you're not drinking enough, you're instead of being a pale yellow, it goes dark and there's less of it. Okay. And what we say is it's concentrated. Yeah. It's like a dark yellow. Now, if you drink too much water, okay, the kidneys recognize this and they produce a lot of dilute urine. Okay. So what that means is it's like very clear, it's hardly yellow, and there's loads of it to get rid of the excess. Okay, now there's a really fine and important balance, not just but with water, but also with the ions, because there's a lot of ions that come out in the urine, and things like sodium ions, which if you have too much of. So some mineral ions they come in through the food, but they're also lost when you sweat as well. Remember, we said that sweat is made up of water. Okay, but it's also made up of some ions as well. And then your kidneys remove the excess mineral ions and they excrete them in the urine. Okay, so how do the kidneys actually work? Okay, so as I said, we touched on this idea of a filter before, and that's basically, if you remember one thing about the kidneys, that's what I want you to remember, because filtration is a very key process. So the kidneys basically act as a filter for the blood. Okay, so if you imagine, like for example, we said like sandy water from the beach, the sand stays through the in the funnel, and then the clear water comes out. Okay, so in the same way, in our blood, okay, so this is just a blood vessel. The blood is made up of lots of different things. Okay, does anyone know what cells the blood is made up of? This is a bit of a tricky question, but what is inside the blood? So white cells, red blood cells, platelets, and plasma. Fantastic. Okay, I'm really impressed with that. So those are all the things inside the blood. Something else, okay, that is also in our blood is actually proteins. Okay, so those are all the cells, but we've also got proteins inside of the blood. Now, proteins, okay, they are big molecules. They're not like sugars. They're actually quite large and they're quite bulky. So what happens is that all of these red blood cells, like your red blood cell, your white blood cell, as you guys have said, these are all big. Okay, so what tends to happen is that if you were to pour some, let's just imagine that this is red blood instead, as the blood, and this is our kidney. Okay, and you guys can draw a diagram of this as well because it will really help you understand. You won't forget it. So this is your kidney. Okay, and this is the blood. Now, as the blood comes through, the stuff that can't get through the filter is too big are the proteins. Okay, the red blood cells. Okay, the white blood cells and things like that. Okay, this is why in your urine, okay, you notice that you never have blood in your urine, right? You don't see proteins in your urine. It's usually yellow and it's never red. Sometimes if you've got blood in your urine, it's a problem and something has gone wrong, okay? But that's why, because the blood cells are so large, you will never see it mixed in your urine. Okay, the urine always tends to be yellow because all of these are big. Okay, so let's read through this. So the blood cells and the large proteins, they're too big to leave the blood in the filtering process. Okay, so they do not go into the kidney tissue, they just stay at the top. Just imagine they're like the sand. Okay, now all the blood in the body passes through the kidneys about once in every 5 minutes. Okay, and urine trickles into the bladder where it is stored. Okay, so just to go through the anatomy, so the model of everything. So the blood is coming in through the kidneys. The kidneys are filtering it out, getting rid of all the waste. Okay, and then they send it via these tubes into the bladder. Okay, so this bladder is what stores the urine. So when you feel like you're desperate to go to pass some urine, it's because your bladder is becoming big and it's got too much fluid inside. Okay, guys, does anyone have any questions on this filtration? Because I know it's a little bit tricky to understand. Okay, so we'll just move on. Okay, so some of the things, so things like sugars, which you need, or any other ions which you need, they go back in the blood by diffusion and by active transport. So we don't really need to talk about the details of those processes for this chapter. But what happens is that the amount of water and dissolved mineral ions that are absorbed varies. So sometimes, like depending on, if you're not drinking enough water, then obviously your body will try and keep that water and your urine will be dark. Okay, whereas if you're drinking loads and you're very well hydrated, then the kidneys will try and get rid of it. Okay, so basically what you can see is, so this is what the kidney looks like. And if you were to take a cross section, so if you were to cut it in half, you would see that actually it's made up of loads of these little capsules. And there are loads of blood vessels. So it's actually very intricate and there's loads going on in there. So the blood from the body is entering the kidney. It's then filtered and the waste is removed. Okay, and then all the blood that's good and the stuff that you need, it goes out through this blue vein and it goes back into your whole body. And then all the waste and the things that you don't want, they come out through these tubes over here and they go into your bladder, okay, where they are stored for they're stored so that when you need to go to pass urine, then it will be released. Okay, so how do your kidneys work? So the process by which they decide, so obviously there are so many things. So there are ions, there are minerals, okay, things like vitamins, there's sugars, okay, and there's proteins and blood. There are loads of things that are coming in from your blood and the kidneys. So the kidneys have to make a decision. What do they want to keep and what do they want to send out? Okay, so the way in which your kidneys work is known as selective reabsorption. So selective means they are choosing. Okay, they're selecting, they're deciding, and reabsorption means to take that in. So it's not like they just say, okay, well, there's not enough water, let's just put some water in. It's very selective and it's a very fine process to decide how much of each iron and how much of each mineral is needed. Okay, so the amount of water reabsorbed into the blood is controlled by a very sensitive feedback mechanism. Okay, and this is known as selective reabsorption. Okay, and it makes sure that the water balance of the body fluids and the cells is always kept within a narrow range. Okay, it's very dangerous for the amount of protein in your blood to go up, or the amount of minerals, or the amount of ions to go up. Okay, does anyone have any questions on that? Okay, so we're just going to move on to talking a little bit about dialysis now. Okay, so does anyone know what dialysis is and what the point of it is? What is dialysis? Has anyone heard of this word before? Okay, so unfortunately, for some people, their kidneys don't work. Okay, and does anyone know reasons why your kidneys might stop functioning or why they might not work as effectively as they should? Okay, so there's actually lots of different reasons. So, unfortunately, what can happen? Fantastic kidney failure. So, the kidneys can actually become destroyed and they can become damaged by infections or so sometimes like taking some sorts of drugs or lots of different things can happen to the kidneys, unfortunately. And if the kidneys are not working, things like urea can build up and the amount of ions in water is not maintained. Okay, so we need to sort this out, otherwise you can become very sick if your kidneys are not working. Now we've got two main methods of treating this problem. So the first one is dialysis, okay, which we will talk about, and the second one is a kidney transplant. So dialysis is basically a machine that carries out the functions of the kidney, but on the outside it's like a machine. Okay, looks like this. But I'll show you a real one. So people are connected to these machines, or they can have a kidney transplant. Okay, so the kidneys that are damaged, they can be swapped with someone else's healthy kidneys. Okay, so basically, how does dialysis work? So has anyone heard of this word dialysis, or is this completely new to you guys? Just say yes or no. Okay, so mixed answers. So that's fine. So basically, what happens in dialysis? So it's a machine like this that is connected to your blood, to the kidneys. And basically, what it does is it just acts like the kidneys itself. It acts like a huge filter. Okay. And basically, what happens is it's this big machine. Okay. And there is a person that is connected to this machine. So what happens is that the blood leaves the person. Okay, they're connected with through lots of through lots of plastic tubes, and the blood then leaves the body and it goes into this machine between different membranes. Okay, so what happens is the machine has got different types of fluid. So this is all the good fluid, and the blood is all dirty. Okay, so you can imagine that if someone's kidneys are failing, the blood will have lots of bad things like lots of urea and lots of waste products. Okay, so the machine recognizes that, and what it does is it just swaps the blood. So it just gives it the blood all the good stuff, okay, and all the good things that it needs, like all the sugars and ions it needs, and it takes away all the bad, all the urea and all the waste products, and then it just connects it back in and it sends it back. Okay, so it's a partially permeable membrane, so it means that some things can go through. And on the other side of this membrane is the dialysis fluid. So that's what I said. So this fluid, that which is good, it contains all the right things that the person needs. Okay, so if the kidneys don't work, okay, the concentrations of urea and mineral ions build up in the blood. Okay, obviously, if you imagine that somebody's kidneys aren't working, there'll be lots of urea in the blood, but treatment by dialysis will restore these concentrations. So this has to be done quite frequently. Does anyone know how often somebody has to have dialysis? Just out of interest, not something that you need to know, but so usually some people, they actually have to be connected to this machine 2 to 3 times a week. And it's actually a very lengthy process because when they sit there for this machine, it actually takes several hours. So people with kidney failure have to remain attached to a dialysis machine for hours. So it's usually like 4 hours. And it happens several times a week. So usually 2 to 3 times a week, they come in, they get connected to this machine. As you can see here, the blood is removed for cleaning. It goes through this machine, and then all of the waste products are gone. Okay, and then clean blood is then given back to the body. So it's quite a lengthy process. And in between, so obviously on some days they don't have dialysis, so they have to be really careful with their diets, and avoid a diet that's high in protein, and they have to manage it quite carefully. So this helps keep their blood chemistry as stable as possible, so that they can lead a normal life between their sessions. Okay. So we'll come back to this, but does anyone know what could be the bad things about dialysis? What could be some of the dangers or problems with it? So someone may lose too much blood. So that's true, but actually the machine is actually very controlled and it only releases a small amount of blood each time. But that is a good answer. Um, so some of the main problems with it is that basically it's just you have to control your diet, because in between, when you're not having the dialysis, you have to be really careful about how much protein you're having. And it's very kind of draining as well. A lot of people, they get very tired sitting at the machine, and it's quite a long process. So it needs to be done really regularly. So it's quite hard for people to like go on holidays or to travel abroad because they have to come for dialysis. So yeah, so the balance of chemicals in the blood is at the right level for a very short time. And so the person feels tired, and they feel unwell as the next session approaches, because all that urea in the body, it tends to make you feel quite sick and quite nauseous. So it does have a lot of long-term impacts on the person. Okay. And over many years, the balance of substances in the blood can become more difficult to control. Okay. Just even though they're having dialysis, it does become quite hard to control how much the protein is coming out. And that's why sometimes people have to switch to a kidney transplant. Okay. So we've talked about dialysis. That's one thing to do. Okay. But the other option is kidney transplant. So does anyone know anything about transplants? Any key facts that you know about transplants or? Super, well done. So the immune system, it can be a donor, can be someone in your family. Fantastic. The immune system can sometimes reject it, so they have to give medicines. Excellent. I'm really impressed. Well done. So basically, diseased kidneys can be replaced using a single healthy kidney from a donor. And this is known as a kidney transplant. So basically, I'll show you guys a picture. But what happens is that the donor kidney is joined to the blood vessels in the groin. And if all of it goes well, the donor kidney will function normally to clean and balance the blood. And actually it works, the kidneys work for a very long time. So just before we move on, this is a picture. So over here, this is a normal person, right? And a very kind person who decides to take out their kidney and give it to someone else. So this is the kidney that's healthy. And this is a person whose kidneys aren't really working that well. Now, you don't actually remove the faulty kidney. Okay, it's actually just kept there. Many people think that that one's taken out and you replace it with another one. But actually what happens is that that kidney is then attached somewhere lower down. Okay, and it's put just here and they connect it to the blood vessels. So when you actually look at someone's tummy, you know they have a kidney transplant if they've got like a scar over here. So like if this is their legs, that there tends to be a scar just over here from when the kid where the kidney was inserted. So that's how if I see patients and if I see that scar, I know that they've had a kidney transplant. Okay, so as you guys very correctly said, the main problem with transplanting a kidney is that a new kidney is from somebody else. Okay, so obviously, if you take one person and then you give it to another random person, so these are totally different people. Yes, they may be from the same family, but they have got different genes. And actually, the body thinks, hang on, this is not my kidney, it's somebody else's. And what happens is that the immune system, it starts to attack that kidney and it starts to think this kidney isn't mine. Is it a disease? Is it a problem? And it tries to get rid of it. Okay, so this results in rejection and destruction of the donated kidney. Okay, now this is a huge problem and it can actually make the person more sick than they are. So there are several ways of reducing the risk of rejection, and that is by making sure that the kidneys are matched as close as possible. So this is why it's best if, you know, a family member gives you the kidney rather than some random person who is like got a different blood group or is a different ethnicity or a different age, things like that. The closer the match, the less likely the rejection. Okay, so that's the first risk of rejection. Now, the other thing that we can do, which you guys did say, is that the recipient is given drugs to suppress their immune response for the rest of their lives. Okay, so they're given some drugs to help weaken their immune system so that they aren't impacted by it forever. Okay, now these drugs they're quite toxic, to be honest, and they're not the best drugs. They can make you feel quite sick, but most people, they do take them because they don't really have any choice. Now, do you guys think that these transplanted kidneys, do you think they last forever or do they only last some time? Exactly. So unfortunately, they don't actually last forever. They only last for some time. Okay. So the average kidney transplant lasts around for 9 years, which is actually a very good amount of time. But some of them do last for much longer. Okay. So what happens is that once the organ starts to fail and it doesn't last for more than a few years, and the patient has to go back to dialysis. And it's just really quite stressful for them because they have an operation and they have to go back to dialysis. And things like that. Okay, so now, sometimes you might get a long question that says, what's better, dialysis or transplant? And this may be like a suggest type of question. So it's just about, weighing the pros and the cons and clearly writing out your answers. So obviously, dialysis is much more readily available than donor organs because there is a very long waiting list for a transplant. Like people wait a few years. And the good things about dialysis is that you can lead a normal life, just that you have to keep going there regularly and you have to have this specific diet. Okay, but the bad thing is that long term, the dialysis is much more expensive. Okay, it costs a lot more than a transplant. And in the long run, it can damage the body. Okay, the good things about kidney transplant is that you're free from the restrictions that come with regular dialysis. You're free to do whatever you want. And yes, you have to take medications, but you can travel and, you're not tied to a machine. Okay, so you can eat and drink whatever you want. And this is sort of the dream for most people who want a transplant. But remember, the main issues with transplant is that you have to take the immunosuppressant drugs and there is a risk of rejection. You always have to keep going to see the doctor very regularly. And the biggest disadvantage is that you may never ever get a transplant. So most people who actually get a transplant is rarely from their family or somebody who's alive. It tends to be like if somebody has a road traffic accident or they die, then they have their kidneys donated. It's very rare that somebody in the family decides to give you one, although that does happen. So in the UK, we have this thing called an organ donor card. I don't know if you guys are aware or if you guys have signed up for this. I think you can do it after the age of 16. But if you are signing up to be an organ donor, if that person were to pass away, then it gives them consent for them to donate their kidneys. And this can actually be very, very helpful for some people. So it is important. Yeah. Okay. And then just finally, so there are never enough kidneys to go around. So most of us, we don't register as donors. And most people that if they pass away unexpectedly, then there's nothing to say that they wanted to donate their organs. So it's increasingly important that people sign up for the organ donating on the organ donor register. And yeah, there's a lot more people where, their family members are also giving their kidneys. Okay, so guys, it's just gone 1:15. So we're just going to go for a short break for 15 minutes. So if you guys just come back at 1:30, and we're just going to do a quick quiz and then do lots of exam practice just to end things off so that I know that we have all understood what's happening today. Okay, so I'll see you guys back at 1:30. Really well done. And please leave any questions in the chat. Hi everyone, welcome back. So I hope you all had a good break and we have just got half an hour left. So well done. I know it's been a long day, so thank you for sticking with me. There's been a lot of challenging things that we have covered. As promised, we have just got one more quick quiz before we do our exam practice. And I just want to, this quiz is on thermoregulatory systems and homeostasis. So this should be a good one. Okay, so hopefully you guys should be able to see the pin there. Okay, I'll just wait a couple more seconds for anyone else to log on, otherwise we will get started. Temperature of the blood. Yep, so it's in the brain. Well done. Fantastic. So receives information from, remember, from the temperature centers in the skin and in the brain. Fantastic. So sweating and shivering. Well done. Fantastic. So it is found in the hypothalamus. And remember, the pituitary gland is the master gland for other hormonal control, but temperature is in the hypothalamus. Fantastic. So living things keep a stable level of internal conditions. Okay, remember homo means same, and stasis is maintaining that same internal environment. Yeah, fantastic. So homeostasis is the maintenance of a constant internal environment. I'm glad nobody said this external environment. And these are both examples of homeostasis, but this is the actual definition. Okay, you guys are super quick. So the endocrine system secretes hormones into the bloodstream for regulation of body activities. Yep, it's the bloodstream. Okay, so name the endocrine gland shown. Fantastic. So I'll just show you guys that. So this here is our pancreas. Remember this leaf-shaped organ, and it secretes insulin with that. So for those of you that did participate, you got full marks. So that's really makes me happy, actually. It means that you guys have found this session useful or you have picked up some stuff. So guys, what we're going to be doing now is just doing a few exam questions. So if you just bear with me and I will get the exam questions up. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, so we'll just start off. So guys, I just want to ask if anyone's done this question pack and there were some questions that they didn't understand or they wanted to go through, we can do those specific questions as well. But otherwise, I just want to work my way through these questions. Okay, so humans control the internal environment in many ways. Look at the diagram below and name organ A. Okay, so we did talk about this, guys. So this should be nice and easy. What is organ A? So if you guys can please put your answers in the chat, what is this organ pointing to? Okay, so some of you guys are saying pancreas. So can you guys please have a closer look and tell me if you still think this is the pancreas? Has anyone got any other alternative answers to this question? So remember that we said the pancreas is that leaf-shaped organ, which is sitting over here. What must this big triangle be? Fantastic. Okay, that is my liver. Okay, so this is my liver. And just to make that really clear, okay, so that you guys can see that over here, this is the liver. Okay, underneath that, we've got this leaf-shaped organ, which is the pancreas, and the gallbladder is sitting behind that. Okay, so let's just have a look again. This is my big liver. Okay, this is the pancreas over here, and this is the stomach sitting on top. Okay, so organ A is my liver. Okay, so now they're telling us organ A stores glucose. People with type 1 diabetes cannot effectively control the levels of glucose in their blood. Name the hormone people with type 1 diabetes have to inject to decrease their blood glucose level. Okay, so hopefully you guys should all be able to give me this one. What is the hormone they have to inject? Fantastic. So this is nice and easy, and hopefully you guys can all get this. That was insulin. Okay, which organ produces urine? Which organ do we know produces urine? Super, well done, kidney. Okay, that goes without saying. That is kidney. Okay. Marathon runners often drink sports drinks during a race. Explain why. So remember, guys, this is an explain question. So you need to give your reasons why. And so obviously this question is something to do with the kidney, something to do with hydration. What is happening during a race and why do they need a drink? And this is 2 marks. Fantastic. So to replace the water they lose while sweating as they are exercising. Fantastic. Okay, so let's just have a look at exactly what they've said on our mark scheme. So to replace the water or ions or salt that are lost in sweat. Exactly. So obviously, when we are sweating, okay, we are losing substances. So to replace the water or the ions that are lost in sweat, okay, because when you run and when you exercise, that is how you are losing the water, okay? Okay, so let's have a go at this one. So the diagram shows the water balance for a person on a cold day. The numbers show the volume of water in centimeters cubed, the person's body gained and lost. How much water was lost from the body on the cold day? Fantastic. So the amount of water lost from the body on the cold day is 2,400. Okay. And this can be worked out by just adding it up. Okay. So if you just add up these numbers, you would get 2,400. Okay. That is how much is lost. Okay. The volume of water gained by the body should balance the volume of water lost from the body. How much water should the person have drunk to keep the balance? Okay. What do you guys think? Fantastic. So because this adds up to 1,000 and this adds up to 2,400, so to balance that out, it would be 1,400. Yeah. Okay. Name the process by which water is lost from the skin. Okay. What is that process? Perfect. So some of you guys have said sweating. You can also say evaporation or perspiration as well. Okay. But the main process is sweating. Well done. Okay, why does the body need to lose water from the skin? Okay, why is that important that the body loses water from the skin? What do you guys think? Okay, does anyone have any answers? Okay, I'm getting the same people answering. So, guys, if you need practice with exams, you must try and participate. Fantastic. So, for cooling or to maintain the body temperature, okay, so that is why we are losing water. So, we lose water to make ourselves cool via sweating. Okay, the next day was a hot day. The person gained the same volume of water and did the same activities. What effect did the increase in temperature have on the volume of water the person lost? Fantastic. More water was lost through the skin. Exactly. That is the correct answer. Okay. What effect would the increase in temperature have on the volume that the person lost? So draw a ring around the correct answer. You think it'd be decrease, increase, or no change? Fantastic. So obviously, if you are hotter, okay, and if you are warmer, okay, what impact would that have on your body if you are hot? Sorry. So some of you have said increase, some of you guys have said decrease. The correct answer is decrease. Why is the correct answer decrease? So if you are very hot, okay, what usually happens to you? So if you just use your common sense, if it's very hot, what happens to you and the amount of water you have in your body? When you're hot, you start to sweat, don't you? If you start to sweat, that means you're already losing water. Okay, so if you are hot, do you think that your body will try and get more water out of your system or it will try and reduce it? Exactly. So the answer would be decrease. You would pass less urine because you're already very hot, you're already sweating. You don't want to lose more fluid in your urine. Fantastic. Okay. Okay, guys, I just want to pick some harder questions now because some of these are fairly straightforward. Okay, let's just go through. I think this one is okay as well. Okay, let's have a look at this kidney question, this experiment question, okay, because these ones are harder. So, a person's kidneys stop working. The person may be treated using a dialysis machine. Some students made a model of a dialysis machine. So, figure one shows the student's model. Okay, the fake blood contained water, sodium, urea, glucose, and protein. Suggest why the students kept the water in the beaker at 37 degrees. Okay, what do you think? And that is a 1 mark question. Okay, so it's saying suggest. That means you need to think of a reason. So why would they keep the water at 37 degrees? Why wouldn't it be any other temperature? What do you guys think? Exactly, because that is human body temperature, right? That is the regular temperature of the human body. So it would make most sense to keep it at that temperature. So let's see exactly what they've said. So 37 degrees is the same as human body temperature. Okay, fantastic. So remember we said that that is human body temperature. So that would be your answer there. Okay, so the dialysis tubing separates the fake blood from the water in the test tube. Figure 2 shows the fake blood, the dialysis tubing, and the water in the test tube. Okay, after 1 hour, the students tested the water in the test tube to see which substances had filtered through from the fake blood. Name one substance that the students would find in the water after 1 hour. Okay, so have a think. Okay, so you have to pick one substance and then give a reason for your answer to this part. So what is you pick a substance and then give me a reason. Fantastic. So the answers that you can say are you cannot give the protein molecule, okay, because obviously the protein molecules are massive and they will not be able to go through. So urea, glucose, and sodium will go through because they are small enough to pass through the membrane. That is the key take-home message. Remember that things like protein and blood would not go through because they are too large to pass. So obviously water is on both sides. So water doesn't count because this is already water here. So you'd have to say either sodium, urea, or glucose because they can pass through. Okay, so in hospitals, dialysis machines use dialysis fluid, not pure water. Dialysis fluid contains the same concentration of useful substances as the blood. Which substance is at the same concentration in dialysis fluid as in blood? Okay, so tick one box. Fantastic. So the correct answer here is glucose. So glucose remains the same on both sides, guys, because glucose is something that we need. It wouldn't be insulin because remember, insulin would get used up and insulin is only released when there is too much sugar. Okay, oxygen would not count because there would be more oxygen in the dialysis fluid as opposed to the blood. Okay, because dialysis fluid is fresh and they put more oxygen in it. So the correct answer would be glucose. Okay, when the kidneys stop working, the person can be treated by a continuous process called CPD. Okay, in CPD, dialysis fluid is put into the abdomen. The fluid is changed 4 times a day at home. Changing the fluid takes about 45 minutes. So again, so think outside the box. 2 advantages of having CPD instead of treatment on a dialysis machine. So guys, with this type of question, the answer is all in here. Okay, so just have a think about that and give me 2 separate reasons. Fantastic. So it can be done in the comfort of their own home and the person is able to do it themselves. So fantastic. So basically, you can just understand this from reading the question. So the fluid is changed at home and changing the fluid takes about 45 minutes. So remember we said that with dialysis, it can take several answers. Okay, so several hours, sorry. So you don't have to go to the hospital. Okay, you can be mobile. You don't have to go specifically somewhere. It's always filtering the urea out, doesn't need a medical professional, and it takes a shorter time. Okay, so with this, just remember that both of your answers are like totally separate options. Okay, so Okay, let's just do this last question to finish off, nice and easy. So diabetes is a disease in which the concentration of glucose in a person's blood may rise to fatally high levels. Where is insulin produced? Fantastic. It's produced in the pancreas. Well done, guys. Okay, what type of substance is insulin? Is it a carbohydrate, fat, or protein? Fantastic. So it is a protein. Okay, it's not a carbohydrate or a fat. Okay, apart from using insulin, give one other way people with diabetes may reduce their blood glucose. So what else can they do? Fantastic. So they can control their diet, regular exercise. Fantastic. Other things they can do are stopping smoking as well, controlling their blood pressure, things like that. But these are the most common ways. So, healthy diet and regular exercise. All right, guys. So, it's almost 2 o'clock. So, well done. You guys have done really well. Thank you for sticking with me. A lot of challenging topics we covered. I want you guys to do the rest of the question pack at home and mark it yourselves. If you're struggling with anything, just let me know. And I hope you found today's session useful. If you can just drop a line of feedback of how you found the teaching and the session so that we can make it better. But otherwise, take care, have a good month, and I will see you guys next time. And tomorrow's chemistry session, if you guys are joining for that, see you tomorrow. Have a good weekend. Bye.